two. Hello, hello, hello. One, two. Hello, Constantine. Has everyone got vocals? Hello. Hello, Mr. Brown. Hello, JS. Hello, music makers, yes. Let me save this as live stream. Oh, 2:25. Do. Hello, Techum. Hello, SGT. Has everyone got the vocals? Hello, Spen. Hello, VL. Let me set up this sidechain. I should just make this a template. I don't know why I do this every time. I probably have made a template. I've forgotten about that. One, two. Okay. Sidechain. Re-effects. Sidechain. No. Hello. Hello, Caden. Hello, S-Booth. 1 2 1 2 1 2. Oh, wrong channel. 1 2 1 2. No. Hello. That's interesting. Why is there no signal coming through for the sidechain? Hello. Have I gone mad? 4 a.m. for JS, where are you? Thank you for joining us. Hello, Patrick. Hello, Kabir. Big man. For some reason, I can't read the word big man and not say it in like a pseudo patois Jamaican big man type accent. Apologies to all those who are actually from that region and who are just offended thoroughly. You're in Brisbane, JS. Hello, Ripper C. Hello, Patrick. Restart Windows, yes. Delete System 32. Let me just... That is mic in. It is receiving. 1 2. Oh, it's because I'm off. There we go. I'm a fool. 1 2 1 2. There we do. Let's crank the release. 1 2 1 2. Something like that. Probably a bit overkill. Hello, Drake. Drake M. One of them three. Spent is in Saltburn. Oh. Northeast Coast. In Fricta. Hello, big ups yourself. Hello, Yosef. In the even the experienced make mistakes. Oh, many mistakes. Many. Have you heard my releases? absolutely chocked full of mistakes. I do it to give you guys hope, honestly. No, the truth is, I release almost too fast, to be honest. I often work on tracks with my manager present, so he acts as producer. And he's very much of the attitude to just get it out. As in get the track out, I mean. Get your minds out of the gutter, anyone who thought otherwise. But yes, we focus on the finishing. So Ripper. If I go grab my headphones, can I get a donk on it? A donk on this? You know what? A donk would work on this. Why is everything 1 bar late? Let me just remove some time. Redo that. I say a donk would work. It wouldn't be my preference. Are you sure he's not telling me to get out? No. Given that this is a, what would you call this? It's not really a groove, is it? So, in the traditional sense, I mean, it's not exactly relying on a lot of rhythmic patterns, apart from that guitar on top. So, I think a donk would work on this. Not that I would actually use it. Excuse me. Right, I need to look up how to. I've got a cough. Forewarning. I was ill this week and I've still got the cough. So I need to set up a mute on my OBS. Just in case I need to cough suddenly. Ripper's had a win this week. What did you do? Start to finish 4 days, maybe 10 hours. Oh, start to finish in 4 days. 10 hours total, maybe. Lovely. Normally you take months. And then go back and ruin them. Yes, that is a win. Well done. Hello, Bjorn. I know it's the wrong style for a donk. I was half joking, but partly for the memes. I thought I would just do a simple FM. Why not? What are my bass notes? I've forgotten. If I was to do a donk, this would be how I did it. Just in case anyone wants to know. Offbeat eighths. Something like this. Offbeat. for the memes. Who knows? It could be a new genre. Chill donk. Never say never. You know, it's not the most random thing I've ever been asked to do. DJs have some wild ideas sometimes. And I hate to be the guy that says, no, that's not going to work, especially when I'm not technically the producer on the session. Even if I think it's a stupid idea, it's usually my job to at least try. And then, you know, sometimes, like, one times out of 30, you end up with something quite interesting. Delays. What do I want? Filter delay might be okay. Can't have the delays louder than the bass. I think I want... Why not? There we go. Chill donk. New genre. Nobody copy me. If you do, credit me. What is happening? Exactly. Arrow's got 2 weeks off. Cooking every day. Good to hear, good to hear. What are we focusing on today, says Yosef. It's the eternal question. I'm afraid you mustn't be a regular to the streams, because I don't think focus is part of my vocabulary when it comes to live streaming. Siebes? Is that Siebes? Trying to produce but finding lead sounds hard with sound design. Do you think buying a couple of Serum packs will work? Or, well, your wording was, will it hurt? I'm kind of the wrong guy to ask, to be honest. Well, if you are struggling, yeah, I mean, what you have to be prepared with any pack is, God, this bit's loud, isn't it? What you have to be prepared with any pack, be it samples or presets, is like just the, 1, 2, 3 or 4 usable presets out of lots of unusable ones, usually, I find. So then you have to be, conscious about how much is it worth. How long will you be spending scrolling through presets versus... I suppose the question would be, I'd need to know how many presets you already own. But just bear in mind, you're talking to someone who doesn't use them, so I can't really say. I've not bought a preset pack in a while. I always just try to make something, but that's because I have experience with sound design, so not exactly helpful for you. Yeah, I mean, yeah, definitely if you're going to study them and reverse engineer them, always useful, definitely, yeah. But you could say the same about just finding some good YouTube tutorials. I suppose that's harder. If you've heard sounds in the demo of the preset pack and you can be sure you like those sounds, then that's definitely better than buying one blind, isn't it? Or deaf, should I say? If you trust the brand, etc. Sound selection is most of the battle, indeed. Electronic Music Art Collective. I agree. Finding vocals, you find Splice so generic. Well, I get all mine from Splice, so it is like a needle in a haystack. You do have to search lots of different keywords and the correct keywords to find what you're after. It depends what genres you're in as well. Luckily, I like really chill stuff like this, and chill stuff's quite prevalent on Splice. It's harder to get good rap on Splice, I've noticed. Oh yeah, Seebs, by the way, I've done 2 sound design videos. Make sure you check those out if you want to learn. Just search Bthelick and sound design, they should come up. Do I make my own drum breaks? No, Caden, not usually. Oh yes, Joseph, Splice does have presets as well. Don't forget, if you're already a Splice member. Auto, do you guys make your own risers or use samples? Both for me. I tell you when I need to make my own is when I just need a really simple one, because everyone in sample pack seems to, excuse me, just take a glass of water. Everyone in sample pack seems to overdo it. Everything sounds like a spaceship. And it's fine for like if you're going for like really commercial EDM type things, but if you just need a simple one, then I'll just either filter some white noise or automate a pitch bent saw wave through a big reverb delay, or both, that kind of thing. Sometimes you just need a really simple one, especially in the trendier genres and the more minimal stuff. I tend to make those. And obviously, yeah, save the ones you like. Oh, Arrow was talking about presets, but yeah. I think I've got the simple riser saved in my. Oh, these are all really old. I think that's very old. That might be that one might be recent. Just a starting template. Yeah. There you go. That's sometimes all you need. Volume automated, of course. Be careful with your pitch. Now, I'm pretty sure I had a vocal for this. Because I have, yes. I did a Spotify version. Where's my... Here it is. I had to bend the notes around though, because these are very unconventional chords. This is a splice vocal. Where's my transpose envelope? Oh, I keep forgetting I moved it down here. There we go. Let me play you that before it was pitched. Let's just delete the... Now we're all filtered and stuff. Let's get rid of you. Filter, filter, filter. It's a standard minor vocal. But the problem is, I chose a very strange chord 2 for this track. I think my manager actually had just seen it forwarded me a tutorial. I can't remember whose tutorial it was, but it was about changing chord 2 to a major, like John Williams does in the in a couple of his scores. I'm trying to think which one. E.T. is one that comes to mind. Anyway, so he asked me, he doesn't know a lot about chords, but he said, can you use this idea for any of your videos? I said, I don't know. Let me try and make some tracks first. So my first thought was to do something in the vein of Waracles, or Waracle, is it Waracles? Anyway, something what I would call filmic house. So this is a major chord 2. What key are we in? B flat minor, so C major for chord 2. Very so it's not in the traditional minor. One, 2 major, 6, 4. Actually, the 4 is major as well, isn't it? So it's that's more like a Dorian 4. I'm not sure major 2 exists in a normal scale. Maybe well, Lydian. You could say it's a borrowed 2 chord from a Lydian progression. So we're minor, Lydian, and Dorian. Multitonal, modal interchange, whatever you want to call that. So I had to pitch the vocals. So whenever she lands on this chord 2, she ends up singing the major third there, which would be an E in this case. Well, as opposed to... That's an F natural there, not an E. So I'll just pitch bent it down 1. As you can see, 1 semitone. Then I had to do a 1 and a 2 over here for... Oh, so she lands on the root of the chord, yeah. Otherwise those don't work. Yeah, not too bad, but I'm a muso, so I had to do that. Anyway. Hello, David. Mr. 7. New subscriber, thank you very much. What's Yosef's question? I know what sound I'm aiming for and have picked up some basics, but feel like you're plateauing. How do I know what I should be working on? Do you suggest tutoring? Since my goal is years away. Your goal will be years away, yes. I wouldn't worry about that though. What's that famous saying? The comparison is the thief of joy. So I imagine you're comparing yourself to other people who've been doing it for longer than you. And the average journey is about 10 years in to make good art that finally communicates to other people. So I wouldn't worry about it if you're less than 10 years in. Hard to know what you would need to work on, but every time you struggle, that is a lesson. Don't forget that. You need to fail often, because every time you fail, something is learned. Failing is always more valuable than fluking some success that you then can't repeat. Maybe not more financially valuable in case that fluke happens to get you a hit. But yeah, there's plenty of people who have fluked success and then couldn't repeat it, which is a potentially, obviously you might have that fluke right at the beginning of your career and not know why. So yeah, don't worry about bashing your head against a wall. You still have to find it fun, though. You have to want the knowledge and the struggle of learning. I love learning new things. Probably why I don't get bored of any of this. Everything's always new to me. As Ripper says, yes, have a break. If it's 20 minutes, a break and a brew, or a week off or something. Or decide what to learn and just focus on it. Maybe you want to learn about synthesis, so you don't have to buy preset packs. What we were talking about earlier. Maybe spend a week just playing around with that. If you watch my video on finishing stuff, I talked about sandbox sessions. I think those are really valuable. What I mean by those is so that when you sit down for some kind of session, whether you've got 2 hours spare or 4 hours or a full day or an evening or something, have in mind what you want to, something you want to do other than finish a song, finish a track. Like, so maybe it would be just learn about what I've always wondered what's the difference between the 10 EQs I've got in my collection? Are they really different from stock? Have a play around with those for an evening. Get to really, really know them and find your favorite, that kind of stuff. Or try them on all sorts of different sources. See if you find that you prefer one EQ on a vocal or something. Or maybe it's about learning. I've always known that there are other scales apart from major and minor. Let me go and research what they are, learn how to, what they are, and then try and make a chord progression in one or write a melody in one. And that evening is just for the one thing. You just have to, like, maybe you'll get bored and you try to do something else. But as long as there's no, like, pressure to turn it into anything, because all of your experiments will lead to some kind of knowledge. Even if it's useless knowledge, or it's something that you find out you don't like, or was kind of a pointless endeavor, it's never actually pointless, because now you know you don't have to worry about that side of things. So, hello, Seb. Jermaine, do I find that higher bit rates and kilohertz makes it easy to mix? No, not at all. Not at all. It might be because I run half decent converters inside RME, but for the last decade now, all converters have been half decent, even in cheap audio interfaces running on USB power. I don't think it's an issue at all. I've run it. I'll use the same example again as everything. When you have 80 million people viewing a track that you made with not only just at 44.1 16-bit, but with entirely free software, you kind of you get rid of that snobbery pretty quickly. Also, anything above 96 with it's all down to the filters in the converters, how good the converters are. It's got nothing to do with the actual potential aliasing, you're going to cause it lower sample rates. Any good non-linear processor that will generate harmonics above 44 kilohertz will have its own built-in upsampling now anyway, and that is actually more beneficial than running your entire session at higher sample rates. There's been plenty of good scientific papers made on this. So unless you can literally hear 22 kilohertz, which I'm not aware of a single human above the age of 3 that can, there shouldn't be anything bothering you. And if you are bothered by 96, it's because you generate 192. It's because you're generating extra high frequencies that aren't filtered out before the next processor gets hold of them. So the problem with running higher sample rates, this is what these papers discovered. If you run everything at high sample rate, you're generating extra frequencies outside of the audible eventual bandwidth, and then the next processor in the series has to deal with those, thus creating even more higher frequencies, which are more likely to be aliased backwards, because if you're just pushing more and higher and higher and higher frequencies in series through lots of non-linear, it depends how many non-linear processors are in your session, like distortions, compressors, analog modeled stuff, etc., etc. But yeah, the more of that you run at high sample rates, the more the next process has to deal with, and then the more likely you are to have aliasing by the end of the session, by the master channel. So it's actually a cleaner and easier as well. Obviously, it's less CPU. It's actually a cleaner signal to run each individual plugin upsampled in a lower sample rate environment. As for bit rates, definitely higher bit rates, yes. I mean, but your DAW should be running 32 bits float by default anyway, minimum. We've not needed anything more than 32-bit float for a long time. That's capable of ridiculous accuracy. So, yeah, if you're running less than 32-bit, I don't even know how you set Ableton to run less than 32-bit float. But I think, as far as I'm aware, ever since the mid-2000s, the last people to catch up were DigiDesign with Pro Tools. They were the last people to join the 32-bit float revelation, which Steinberg started in the 90s. Ever since then, all DAWs have been at minimum 32-bit float, so you shouldn't have any bitrate problems at all, unless you generate them by... Right, sorry, we've had a couple of donations. Hello, thank you. What have we got? Any questions attached? We've had a 10 from Spen. Oh, thank you, Spen. Thank you. I don't see a question attached. Oh, and that was Siebes. Hello. Thank you for the 5, Siebes. Thank you for the coffee. Yes. Thank you very much, guys. Hey, it's Will. Hello, Will. Nice of you to pop by. Just eager to get to the point where you're making more consistently good music. Well, aren't we all? I can't wait to get to the point where everything I put out is a banger. Can you imagine? Why do you think I put 3 tracks out a week? It's not because they're a banger. Hello, Jude. Thank you for all the videos. Yeah, you're welcome. Welcome for all the videos. I am doing better than Monday. I had a cold on Monday and Tuesday, which kept me in bed. I still have a bit of the cough, so apologies in advance. I will try not to cough directly into the microphone. Luckily, I have a dynamic microphone, so it's pretty insensitive off axis. So I should be able to turn away. He's talking about Dunning-Kruger effects and the Valley of Despair. Oh, Cook. Hello, Cook. We all suffer from... I think, yeah, the Valley of Despair. That's what Seth Godin called the dip, I think. Who was expressing frustration earlier? Was it Yosef? But yes, just know what they call the dip, which is that really frustrating part. That usually comes just before a moment of kind of revelation, usually. So push through the dip. It's usually worth it. Ordo Beanman. Hello, Ordo. Any advice on treating a room? Oof. Yes, there's lots of mixed info on YouTube. I'm not a super expert, but I have built a couple of rooms and know the principle behind them. I say built a couple of rooms. I've had a couple of rooms built. The first one by someone who was definitely an expert, a company in fact, built my first proper studio. I think they're just called the Studio People, in fact. They've built some very famous studios, I think, it turns out. But it depends on your situation, yes. Like, I have these very romantic rules of thumb, like always spend at least as much as you spend on your monitors, on your room. But that doesn't really tell people much about what to actually do. I will say this, if you can afford better than foam, try to avoid foam where you can. Foam's actually not a very efficient... Well, I suppose it's efficient in one respect, but it's for sound treatment, it's just not very good. If you can find traps which are... or build your own traps. There's plenty of good build your own trap type tutorials on YouTube. If you can find or build traps that incorporate membranes, loaded membranes like lead loaded vinyl, or it's sometimes called barrier mat. Depends on the country of origin. You're right. There's all kinds of names for it. Some kind of combination of barrier mat and rock wool or equivalent type high density rock wool. Those are infinitely preferable to foam, but it's kind of more, you need to know what you're doing it for. You need to know the problems with your room. There are some free softwares out there where you can work out based on your room's dimensions you need to work out what your room modes are. So to give you a very, very, very simple example, if we imagine the frequency of, let's say, 100 hertz. I can't remember my waveform lengths anymore because it's been... Excuse me, let me line up your chat onto this window. Here we go. So let's, for example, take 100 hertz and imagine, I'm not saying this is true, but let's say a 100 hertz wave is about 2 feet long. And it happens to be that your room is in one direction, be it floor to ceiling or wall to wall. Hopefully not both, but imagine your room is 8 foot in one direction. That's a multiple of 2 feet, right? So what's going to happen is at that point where that wall meets that other wall, or wall to ceiling, you're going to get what's called a room mode, which is a build-up of frequencies where the wave just happens to be a coincidental length that it will reflect back on itself and add on top of itself and keep adding and adding. Any multiple of that. So you'll get both 100 hertz, 200 hertz, 400 hertz modes at that point in the room. So that's what these free, if you can find one of these, I can't remember what they're called now. I do remember there being free softwares which let you work out room modes. The hard point is always going to be the low end, right? Where are we? Keep this on in the background. Sorry for anyone who's bored of this. I'll swap the track in a minute. I can't multitask. But yes, you need to find out your room modes because low end is really the hardest bit to get right. You do need physical space in the corners, ideally, where most room modes build up, to treat bass, and bass waveforms are very, very long. Even anechoic rooms, like I don't know if you've ever had the privilege of being in one. They used to have one at my university in Salford. They had an anechoic room where it's completely dead. But even those fully scientific rooms that have no reflections in them, they can only guarantee to be anechoic down to, I think, 100 hertz, because below that the waves just get too long. And even a room with 20-foot walls can't keep a 50 hertz wave from escaping. So yeah, bass is like an infinite problem you'll never solve, but you have to spend a lot of your effort there, in my opinion, especially for dance music. But it's all down to room size, speaker size. But I would always, my general advice is, it's a good thing that you're thinking about it, because I probably told this story before, but I jumped straight from, when I first started, the only affordable speakers in the 90s were Tannoy Reveals or Yamaha, the MS5s, I think they were called. Tiny things, tiny Yamahas. Those were about £400, about $600 back then. So I went for the Tannoy Reveals. I think they were also a 5-inch cone. Not great speakers, but literally all I could afford for studio monitors back then. And I did rather well on them for many years, while I learnt all the fundamentals and things, and that bedroom producer. And I then got a job at the shop I bought them from, actually. And through my staff discount and many years of saving up, I managed to save up for what had been my favourite pair of monitors, which I still have today. Adam P33s. Adam monitors with the ribbon tweeter, and it's got dual subwoofers built into the unit. Well, I say subs, they're only I think it's got dual 7-inch, but they're coupled, so they act as a kind of like a 14. Anyway, below 100 hertz or something they do. Anyway, so I managed to upgrade to these amazing monitors, which I'd already auditioned in the shop, and I had already sold plenty of pairs of, because everyone who heard them, usually, if they could afford them, they would buy them. So I think they were like 1,600 the pair. And I put them in my untreated room where the tannoys were, and I was so disappointed with the results, because I instantly realized there was barely any difference. Even that kind of jump from a completely different technology, completely different quality of speaker, I could barely hear any difference. Obviously my ears weren't trained as much as they are now, but it was, even back then, it was instantly apparent what I was hearing was mostly the room, not the speakers. So if your room is not treated at all, you're in a lot of trouble. There's no point spending any money on there's no point spending any money on better speakers until you sort the room out. And I would recommend proper traps. If you're really on a budget, I recommend you can actually get better performing traps than dedicated acoustic foam. You can get better performing traps if you build ones out of old towels, believe it or not. That's how bad foam is. There's a channel called DIY Perks, I think he's called. He built some of his own with some thorough testing. And yeah, they were just built out of simple wooden frame and some towels and a bit of cloth over the top to make a porous cloth over the top to make it look nice. And they looked great, and they were very well performing. You could stack a few of those in the corners with a bit of an air gap. You'd be off to a good start. Revlo, testing mic and room EQ wizard. Yeah, is room EQ wizard the? Is that might be the free software I'm trying to think of. You could get a very cheap testing mic for about £40. I think I still have my very first testing mic. Who makes it? 1 second. Yes, I can see the box over there. It's a DBX. I got an old... Again, this would be back in the early noughties, late 90s, something. A DBX testing microphone. I think it was about £40 back then. They've got to be cheaper ones now. And it did the job for finding problems. And anyway, yes. As for actually EQing the room, though, I wouldn't recommend it if you can help it. You're not really EQing the room, you're EQing your speakers so that they don't excite the room as much. If you have one of those resonant modes at 100 Hertz, which gets really loud whenever a bass note plays that particular note, and therefore giving you uneven bass frequencies, if you notch that out with an EQ for your speakers, like some of these softwares will do, then it's no longer coming out of your speakers as much, and you have the opposite problem. Yes, the room won't light up like it does as much, but you'll still have extended... It won't solve the length problem, because what can actually happen is room modes will change the length of notes. If you get the build-up of... obviously through reverberation, but I don't even have to use reverb to show you the principle here. If I take this kick drum and add a resonant... This is just with, this is what happens with any kind of resonance. This is not just a function of something have a much longer kick drum than the actual sample, just because of the resonance. So the room EQ doesn't really, obviously it helps with that, but the fact you have to take it out of the speakers to compensate for the room is a lose-lose, really. If you've got no way of treating the space because it's too small, then obviously that's like your last resort. It's probably better than nothing, but it just then means you can't trust what's coming out of the speakers very much, in which case you might as well be mixing on headphones. So beware EQing the room. Sorry, went on another rant there. How are we doing? How is everyone? I see some new names. Highway DJ. What was your question? Does anyone know if there are VSTs that show the waveforms in Ableton or any DAW in a way that is similar to Rekordbox? Oh, I would like that, actually. You mean how it goes red when there's lots of low frequencies, etc.? That would be cool. I wonder if that's something you could plug in. Yeah. It's probably closed off, the visual element to how it draws waveforms. I don't think it's something you could modify. The overall color of a waveform can be modified like this is a custom theme I have, and you can choose the color of literally everything. So you could stop this being white, but as far as I'm aware, I'm not sure it's you could change it to be a gradient. I'm not sure if anything's different in Live 12, by the way. I still haven't got into Live 12 yet. I'm being very lazy on that front. Hello, Rob. Any advice on picking sample sounds that work together versus just picking any old sounds? Is it pitch? Is it tonal? Is it non-tonal? Yes, lots to discuss on that front. What's my best advice there? Because it does just come with time, and it comes with listening to lots of other music, I think. And it comes with experience, and you can speed up that experience by just trying to recreate your favorite sounds from your favorite tracks. Try to remake your favorite tracks, and you'll start to get both an ear for it and an idea with what fits together, what doesn't. Although in dance music, I wouldn't worry too much about stuff that fits together, really. Can I give an example? All right, so kick drum, for example, in this track. So I'm going for what I call an artist called Warrelks. Anyone know of this artist? It's spelt very strange. Warrelks, sorry, Warrelks. Might be the way it's pronounced. Anyway, yeah, Warrelks. It's kind of filmic, chill. I did this a while ago, so I'm going to have to reverse engineer my own decisions here. But you can see I've EQ'd the kick drum. Let's take that off. So why have I done that? Probably because it wasn't chill enough. Isn't a club track, really, so I'm not too bothered about thunderous low end. Maybe the extended mix should have the full kick in it. Why not? But the point I'm trying to make is I chose this because I'm trying to match the chill vibes. So it's not really about knowing if the sound will fit with other stuff. So even without the EQ, you can hear that kick drum is what's this one? Is this? Oh, obviously at some point I was thinking about layering it with a Lindrum. Maybe that was for another project. Yeah, we definitely don't want that one. That must be from another project. To give you an example of a kick drum, let's just load up XO so we can quickly scroll through some random kick drums. So this is because I know the mood of the track. I've got the privilege of being able to pick the sounds towards a direction of sound. So I know I'm going for chill. So therefore, let us just bring this up to level. I always like to put about 10 dB on the default of XO. Seems to get me near commercial area. So this thing, well, any of these. So this is not going to be a good chill kick drum. Sounds like hardcore, not hardcore, but a harder kind of techno kick, for example. A lot of the things around here will be. Might get away with that one. Even then, it's probably too much. That's an 808 tom. So I would be going for something more like these. Not that. Tight, neat. That one might need the tops taken away from it because it's got a weird ring. That's quite neat. Still might be too pappy though. Got a bit of a pap at the top. But that's just an example of picking sounds towards a direction, a production direction. So I know I want chill ahead of time, therefore that affects my sounds, especially things like claps. So I've gone for a very light instead of a big. Again, let's find some claps over here. Yeah, see this? This would be too much. All of these would be too much. I'd be looking for lighter things like this. And no reverb, probably. Or very little reverb. Or thin reverb. I've not used any on this one, in fact. You see something here was bothering me. What was this? It was too thick, apparently. What's this? This is a rim. From... Oh, this was the Lindrum. Okay, so... Oh, that's why... Okay. So I got the thickness from a snare drum, apparently. But... yeah, so these... How would you break this down? There's multiple decisions. Obviously, I'm going for aesthetics. The main one you can hear is this, right? This is the... That's a very much an aesthetic choice because I want it chill. I don't want big claps on there. And then these are more of an engineering decision because I need my backbeat groove-wise to have some weight. So I've chosen. Is this pitched down? It sounds pitched down. Maybe not. Let's have a look. That's 2 up, actually. Wow. Anyway, so I've obviously needed some kind of weight for the backbeat that only this snare provides. Not only this snare, but a snare, a thick snare, as opposed to a clap. You won't tend to get this out of a clap, but it's barely audible in the track. It's therefore that's a feel thing. And then this is good for attack. I do like these are called rim shots or side sticks. Talked about those recently in what video was I talking about? Anyway, it doesn't matter. But those are great for chill kind of snap laid with a clap. And again, all my top percussion choices are aesthetic. So my offbeat hi-hat is that very, very light thing. As opposed to a big 909 long. Can I find an inappropriate hi-hat? That might be inappropriate, too tonal. Not the end of the world. But the thing with I would try to abolish the notion of that certain sounds fit together in dance music, at least. It's a lot more crucial in acoustic music, which is why they take a lot more time processing them with things like compression. When you've got a real drum kit, 18 different microphones, in compromised positions because you can't get in the way of the drummer's arms and things like that. That's when you really start to need to make things to work together with extra processing. In dance music, there's nothing natural about half of these sounds, really. I mean, I've gone for a deliberately acoustic click here. But in general, I mean, it's not like I am trying to accompany a piano. I mean, there is a piano in the pad here, but this is all synthesized. Oh, we got a choir, not synthesized. There's a piano. This lead's made out of guitar and synth. But But, you know, there's nothing inherent with these sounds that makes them fit together, really, other than the fact that it's dance music and we don't have to stick to any rules. So, yeah, this is just a cool lead sound. I already liked the guitar. I'll tell you directly where this came from. This came from the XX. Well, I mean, me trying to emulate, but the idea for this guitar came from the XX when they did the Biggie Smalls mashup thing. Was it Biggie Smalls? Anyway. So I just needed something to... The decision to go with this synth. Apart from mimicking my reference, which is this Waracles artist. I just needed something that would be able to be automatable, because this guitar isn't. To be more intense. So I get to add distortion and harmonics onto these. They're basically just square waves. Distorted square waves. Other than filtering and unfiltering the guitar, I've not got much control over that. So I probably should have just played a real guitar in. I would have had more control. But anyway, yeah. So there's no inherent, like, these don't necessarily fit together, but they do. The mixing side of things will come with time anyway. You will get a feel for, like, obviously I'm going for a general mood here. So I have a certain amount of a certain type of reverb I'm aiming for, like an atmosphere. So a lot of the lead sounds will have the same type of... actually, that's got the built-in reverb on, hasn't it? But it's going to be long and dark reverb, basically. There, you can hear that on the piano. It's all long, smooth tails, because slower tempo, 1-2, not that slow, 1-2-6, but yeah, we're going for chill. So it all works towards a goal, but there's no reason that a choir should suddenly work with a distorted saw wave pad. You know what I mean? Obviously, they're playing in the same key, and they're following the same chord progression. So harmonically, they're going to fit together, always. In fact, those are probably the same part, I think. This is probably just the same. I've been lazy and just copy-pasted. Yep. Same MIDI. Possibly a different octave, but anyway. Yeah, don't worry too much about sounds fitting together. In dance music, it's all very abstract sounds anyway. Just go with your gut, and if you like it, you like it. Don't worry about too much about rules, and you know, you don't have to use a 909 snare with a 909 clap. Anyway, oh, we've had some donations. Sorry to everyone. What have we had here? Let's have a look. But yeah, always reference. Listen to more stuff. Thomas, I will come back to your question on organization. Remind me, because I do have a lot to say about that. Am I hungover? Scorpion, what are you suggesting? What are you suggesting? Yes, I did have some drinks yesterday, but oh, you can hear it in my voice. I'm recovering from a cold, and yes, drinking yesterday was not strictly the best plan to speed up my recovery. But yeah, I had a cold all the way through the week, and I'm in the getting over the cough stage of things. So sorry if my voice sounds muddy. Ripper C, the plugin that gathers my samples together is called XO by XLN Audio. It's called XO. Yeah, it's very useful. Right, Yosef has paid 10 Canadian, I believe. Thank you very much. Trying to make a synth from Charlie Shell's song When Love Takes Over on SoundCloud, is that? You'll find it throughout the song. It starts about 11 seconds. Sylenth 1 was used for it. Oh, it can't be that complicated then. Sylenth wasn't that sophisticated. As good a synth as it was. There's a synth which lived and died on its presets, I believe. Because I never liked the sound of Sylenth in terms of like a raw quality perspective. I didn't think the waveforms were particularly great, but it had so many good, like the Vengeance packs, and there were so many great packs made for it. So many useful sounds came out of it for oscillator subtractive. Routing options were pretty limited. I suppose the built-in effects were pretty good, very effective. But yeah, it didn't scream high quality, but it didn't matter because it was just very usable. Actually, I tell a lie, the filter was pretty good. The filter is good on Sylenth. Joe, is this the case where the right drugs glue it together? Possibly. That's why you need a DJ that can test these things live, because I don't bother sitting around in my studio indoors second guessing dance music. I just either throw it out there and that's it. Like this song just goes out as is. It's an idea I like. Off it goes. I don't care whether it's a banger or if it's like supposed to be, you know, it's not a hit. Yeah. So it might well come together all of a sudden on the right drugs. Who knows? But that's for people to find out. So, and you never know when they will find out. Could be 5 years from now. This suddenly turns around into a banger. It's happened to me before. So, Benedict, I will get to your. Thank you for the 10. Is there a question? There is. Yes, I will get to your question in a second. Let's just have a look at Yosef's. Love Takes Over. I do remember this track. Let me get the tab open. Time to get demonetized. When Love Takes Over. In fact, there's quite a few people that have made a track that name. You want the Charlie Shell one? Let's have a look. Charlie Shell, When Love Takes Over. Oh, it's a new track. Try to make the synth. From 11 seconds onwards. Okay, let's have a listen. Do I have the right track, by the way? Oh, it's a cover. Yeah, it is a cover.
It's complicated. It always is. That's just the way it goes.
Or is it a remix? Mashup?
Feels like I waited so long for this. I wonder if it shows. Head underwater, now I can't breathe. It never felt so.
It sounds like the original vocal.
Cause I can feel it coming over me. I wouldn't stop it if I could. When love takes over, yeah. It's complicated.
You mean this pad,
Always is.
Yosef?
That's just the way it goes. Feels like I waited so long.
Or do you mean the high thing?
I wonder.
You mean the ambient pad? Or the ambient lead?
It's complicated.
Yeah, this all sounds very silent, doesn't it? It's all simple stuff. Yeah, I think there's two sounds there. Let's have a look.
It's complicated. It always is. That's just the way it goes. 'Cause like I waited so long for this, I wonder if it shows. Head underwater, now I can't breathe.
On paper, it's just a simple slow attack saw into lots of reverb. Really? You could do it with anything. Just, maybe it's not quite a saw, but it's yeah, if you just first blind attempt without hearing, loads of reverb, quite high mix. I'll stay with the saw wave for now. Filtered because it's not buzzing like a full saw wave. Let's go with a tiny bit of chorus as well. I'm not hearing it as a multi-voice detune. I'm hearing it as more of a subtle chorus. Yeah, I'm not hearing it as a unison thing, unless it's a very tight tuning unison. We shall see. But we want not a lot of variation in the chorus. Let's work out the chords while we're here.
It's complicated. It always is.
Yeah, I'm hearing two sounds. That top sound. Put some release on that. Have a look. What we got? Maybe it is some detune in there, or a layer of detune. Let's try detuning a. You could always add some extra swell with a slow attack. Kind of effect. Oops, sorry.
It's the way it goes. It always is.
It's hard. It's behind a lot of reverb, so it could well be. Need to find a softer waveform than a pure saw. Underneath it's definitely not saw, but it's not square or triangle or sine either. In fact, that might just be strings. I'm hearing filtered strings underneath.
It's complicated. It always is. That's just the way it goes. 'Cause like I waited so long for this, I wonder if it shows. Head underwater, now I can't breathe. And for this, like I waited so long.
Where's the one? So we're starting on chord 4, aren't we? That's a 7. 4.
That's just the way it goes.
Yeah, so it's a 7-4-1. In what key? G minor. Right, so it's F. me draw this on the screen so you can see what you can see my workings. But yeah, I am hearing two separate parts. I'm hearing, it sounds more like, let's just grab the BBC Orchestra thing, freebie, so everyone can hear. I've not forgotten you, Benedict, by the way, with the $10. In fact, can I be talking about this while I work this out? I love your channel. I was wondering if at some point you could expand on your busy dad method. Oh, God. Making music. I'm not a busy dad, but I am a quadriplegic. Oh, okay. I am not the ideal guy to ask because I am not a dad. And what most of you probably won't want to hear is part of how I make music work for a living, whilst being also quite lazy, is being very selective with my relationships. And I have walked away from the having children decision twice in my life now. I don't want them, I'm afraid. But so yes, I'm not I can't speak for people with normal lives in that sense because I devote all my time to making music, and I have more time than most, I would say, because of that. I mean, on the Ableton front, I think Ableton is a good choice for that because I think it's one of the faster workflows. Doesn't overwhelm me with too many options, which is always a problem. In general, I would just keep your options very narrow, like your number of plugins. Like I use Vital for everything. I think that helps with getting stuff done because you're not tempted to play around and noodle in another synth for 30 minutes, an hour before you realize you're bored and you want to try another synth because you've got 10 other options staring at you. So every one of my plugins has a purpose. Vital for all my synths. If Vital can't do it, then it's probably because I need a proper FM synth, in which case I'll use Ableton's operator or Dext, the DX7 emulation, or Exact by I've forgotten the name of the company. Exact and Exact Light is the free one. That's another FM synth. But yes, it's always a purpose behind. Although unfortunately that comes with experience. You kind of need to find out these things before you know those things. So I can't really say for sure that it will save you time early on. Let me have a think about that. I'm not sure if I'm good at time-saving tips, because I would definitely say watch my finishing videos and the amateur video on amateur sound in terms of your mental approach to finishing things is very important. And releasing things fast, even if they're bad, is very important. Anyway, let me get back to these chords. I will ponder further on that one.
That's just the way it goes. 'Cause like I waited so long for this, I wonder.
Let's move over here.
if it shows. Head underwater, now I can't breathe. And
Yeah, I'm either hearing 2 or 3 parts there, believe it or not. Yosef. And I will get to Ordo's question. Thank you for the $10.
never felt so good. 'Cause I can feel it coming over me.
Now, there's a respace under this as well, but we'll just ignore that for the minute. So chord 4, we're in G minor, so chord 4 is a C. Cellos. Need cellos. Sorry, I said 741, didn't I? 741. I think we're dealing with
I wouldn't stop it if I could. Will love takes over? Yeah.
oh,
You know you can't
sorry, we hold chord 4.
will love takes over? Yeah. Head
Let
underwater.
me get the top notes.
It's complicated.
So the major thirds at the top.
It always is.
Let me go to semitone up, which is the 7th of chord 4. And then where we go,
That's just the way it goes.
that stays there, which is the minor third of chord 1. And I heard the 5th underneath. It's there.
Feels like a way.
We definitely have a 5th here on the chord 7.
It's so long for this.
That's there. Let's call it that for now. Now, what I'm hearing is basically that with a filter on it. Again, big reverb probably. 24 dB. Let's go with the usual big reverb. Dragonfly for now. And then on top of that, I'm hearing.
That's just the way it goes. Feels like I waited so long for this. I wonder if it shows. Head under.
Okay, so it's just this doo-doo. I'm hearing an F, am I? Yeah. An F up there. We need bigger reverb than Vital is providing me. I will dial the sound in a second. It's there, isn't it? Try it without the chorus. Sleep filter. It's kind of, it's that area. Maybe, maybe it is in the D tune instead of chorus, but it may benefit from an octave harmonic. Try that out of phase. Nah, nope. Yeah, I would just play around with some saw-like waveforms. These are all from a free pack, if you don't know. Echo Soundworks, Core Tables. There's lots of analog recorded synths in here. We'll give you a less pure saw wave, which might be nice and round. It's definitely not a square derived sound, I can tell you that much. And it's not very complex either. You know, it's none of this kind of thing. Although it's under a filter, so... Anyway, hopefully that puts you in the right direction. I think it's a soft saw, separate on... Let me go back to where I was. Actually, we could do it this way, can't I? Oh! Oh no! There we go. What was my favourite one? The Brute. Yeah, playing notes 3 and 7 of the scale. And then the rest is done by the chords, which I think are some kind of filtered string. The chords are 7, 4, 1 in this is G minor. If you want to see that in A minor, just so you can make it easy for yourself. So the voicing is this is note 1, note 5, the third's at the top, so there's your normal 7 chord. Revoice that so the third is at the top. This is your normal chord 4, but get rid of note 5, add a 7th instead. So it's 1, 3, and 7 of the chord, but the root is an octave down, and then the chord 1 is the same voicing as this 7 here. It's your normal triad with the third at the top. So, but it's all down 2 because you're in G. I hope that's close enough. Ordo, sorry, your question, and thank you for the $10. Where did... Oh, did you put this in the comments before? Where can I get your track from? Can I turn a loop into 30 minutes? Really want to listen to it as a reference track. Oh, I'm honoured. Thank you. So this might make you laugh. I have to go and find out what the track is called, and then see if I can find it on my Spotify. Because I work on... I'm pretty sure that track was called Trance something. So the working name... I then finished it for the video, handed it to my manager, and then he goes away and adds it to the queue and gives it a name and some artwork. And I usually don't find out what the track is called until like months later, unless we've discussed it for some reason. Oh, it might just be polymetric. Is it polymetric? Because he couldn't decide what to call it, so I actually gave him a muso name. I think it's polymetric. That's it, isn't it? Is it that one, Ordo? It's that one, right? It's that one. Let me go back to my... Can I finish... A loop, yeah, the Loop Hero reference on the thumbnail. Great
Keep
game.
this going.
Oh yeah, has it got the? Yes, yes, that one. It's that one with the stab.
Mark Knight.
Yes, it's called Polymetric. You should find it on all the usual places. Spotify. Spotify will have the short version, the Reels version. There's a 2-minute version, a 3-minute version for Spotify. Does that one have a vocal on it? Probably not. No. Okay, so we never found a vocal for it, I don't think. No, they were all different tech trance. Yes, it's just called Polymetric. I think Beatport will have the extended. If it doesn't, DM me on Instagram and I'll forward you a copy. Don't worry about it. But yeah, all the usual places should have it. Beatport will have the extended, and Spotify and Apple Music and all that lot will have the 2-minute and the 3-minute mixes. Hello, Sebastian. You sent me a DM about how to create a specific bass line. Remind me which one it was. I might not have been through the messages yet. I get so many these days, I have to kind of go through them in batches. And the problem with my messages is, especially my Instagram, by the time I get chance to go through all my Instagram messages, I'm not normally at the studio or in front of a good pair of speakers. So anyone asking me to listen to things, I'm on my phone usually. I don't usually carry headphones around with me, so I don't usually get a chance to actually listen to things while I'm on my phone on the Instagram messages. Remind me what the bass line it was, Sebastian. Oh, Benedict's got more follow-ups. Sorry, right, hang on. Thank you for that, Cook, pointing that out. Cerebral palsy. Cerebral palsy with physical capabilities are limited, but I want to make music, figure out how to make the most of loops and samples. Absolutely make the most of loops and samples. Micro house, a lot of atmosphere, is a good starting genre. Yes. Why not? I mean, if you're going to, my first thing to recommend for all that would be get yourself onto Splice or Loop Cloud instantly. I've only just started my little journey down the minimal side of things. Let me show you. I think I showed this off last live stream. So I did this one, I think. I heard a track by a chap called, I presume it's pronounced Lichtblau, German maybe? It just had this really nice held pad and the bass line was hovering between notes 1 and 6, so I just kind of copied that vibe. I really liked. I'll show you, we can put one of these together quickly and I'll show you what's probably the fastest way. Yeah, I just picked, there's about 6 sounds in this track total. And then we had that one from the tutorial. A little closer, we move a little closer, we move a little closer, we move a little closer. And then I did a little closer, we move a little closer, we move a little closer, we move a little closer, we move. Oh yeah, and then speaking of polymetric, I wanted to know what minimal would sound like with some polymeter. So this bass line is in 6 beats. Again, held pad. So I suppose we need to go into plotting. Let me get rid of my existing track here. I'm going to show you the way I put those together. Just see if you can. I'm not saying this is legit minimal, by the way. I don't know enough about the scene yet to know what would be considered good minimal music, or micro minimal, or raw minimal, Romanian minimal. I'm still learning. This is probably too much, right? But let me show you the session. So that would be polyminimal. Let's put this one together, right? So let's bring all these tracks in. And hopefully we don't crash. I always get paranoid when I'm streaming at the same time if it spikes the memory too much. Although I have 32 gigabytes of memory on this system, that shouldn't be the issue, should it? Let's let it think for a second. Fingers crossed, everyone. Right, okay, so you can see the session here. What do we have? So first of all, I typed in, oh, apparently I've got missing files. Oh, Oddmob. That was the reference for the, that was when I was doing the video. On how to reference arrangements. So we'll leave that alone. Yeah, so the first thing I did was you go to your sample service. This is the fast way. Search instruments. In fact, let's try and put together a track as much as possible with samples. So you're going to search for drums first. I always like to go drums first, drums and low end. So I'm going to type in here, not at the top. In here, minimal. Just see what comes up for drums. That's Mark Knight. That's not minimal. That's quite nice. I like that. Let's grab. I'll show you some options. So we can use this as is, or we can chop this up. And one thing I see the minimal guys doing a lot is chopping up samples and then playing them back at random for like cool percussion parts. I'll show you that in a second as well, but we'll try and do this a bit fast. Oh, we've got some hang on, automation. Let me delete that master fader automation. This is all MIDI. I'm trying to make this, I'll tell you what, let's go. Oh, you can see I've lined up some. loads of loops already in the session view when I was scrolling through and trying to pick some. Could add that. Let's just say that's our main hi-hat loop. Let's find a kick. Let's put kick in here. That's okay. Nice, and that one's, from my understanding of minimal, this would be too hard. Maybe not for some though, not sure. I like this one. Just a low thud. Not too aggressive. We talked earlier how I like my chill. I'm going to throw that in my sampler here. Oh, you can see I've already thrown in loads here. But let us, actually I'll come back to this, I'll keep that. Let's drag our kick drum in here. Put it in a rack so the same MIDI triggers it. Make sure the release is up so it doesn't do that awkward chopping thing like that. Now, let's grab. Let me quickly show you. So these are two great plug. This is a great plugin for interest. When you're making very minimal music, it's very tempted to fill space with too many instruments, but you don't have to. And this kind of plugin helps it. So this, I've got some tape texture and vinyl texture playing along with the kick drum. Let me turn this up. I've got this on quite a few tracks, so you could just throw this on your master channel if you want. So you can add some really nice textures to whenever your sample plays, and that will help fill in those atmosphere gaps as well. Obviously, you could try. You could add a little bit of reverb if you want a slightly more reverberant kick, as long as you don't let the low frequencies through the reverb. Oops. Let me get rid of all this. Because we're going to, I think next we'll try and find a bass line. Now, do I have a splice bridge anywhere? Let me check something. Am I listening through splice or through... No, let me add a splice bridge. So anything I add should be in time. Now any loops I trigger should play back in time with the splice bridge. So that's drums. Let's go back out. Let's search for some basses. And again, if you can't find it in genres, see what comes up on the minimal. Obviously you can make them, but it's a bit mean, but it sounds quite good. already liking that. Let's go with that. It says it's in A sharp, B flat, same thing. Let me just make a new track over here. This is all very inefficient. I don't want to be in any group. I want to show you this raw without any effects. Minimal is a good choice if you don't want to get burdened with effects. So let's buy that. Now, if you've seen my video on how not to master. Oh, actually, let me first check I've got nothing on the... Oh, there is a limiter. Let me get rid of that. Oh, that was for doing when I did the video. Right, so we should hear some distortion from the bass and kick drum now that we need to sort out with the sidechain. This bass line is not pre-sidechained, which is good. Gives us full control. So first of all, let's try a real sidechain. What's our kick drum track called? It is labeled kick. Good. So it's the peak detection. There we go. Now if I choose, I could add even more noise to the bass. In fact, what I'm going to do is just move these tape and vinyl noises onto my master. Get rid of the whatever this was for the previous track. No, so it's way too loud now, so let's just calm these down. Okay. Let's see what else is on there. Any let's see what comes up on the synths, minimal. See if we can find anything in. Actually, we need to check our bass is actually in the key it says it's in. Which it said A sharp, right? Yeah, it looks about right. Splice is trying to phone home. Let that through my firewall. A sharp, yeah, it looks like it is correct. So hopefully we can find some pads and noises, maybe stabs in. Where's my splice just gone? Here we go. It keeps hiding. Hello? Splice? Do I have to launch you again? Strange. Instruments. Let's look for... Yeah, keys, all keys. Same trick. We're going to go minimal. Oops. Let's see what we can get cooking here. We know what key we're in now, so I'm going to select B flat, A sharp, same thing. These are major. I'm not a fan of major, as you probably know by now. Plus, sometimes it's fun. Okay, we don't have many options here. And obviously we're clipping. Oh, what's this? Okay. I've got an idea for that. The first half of it sounded in tune to me. So, new audio track. I'm going to put the same sidechain on. Try that. Here we go. Was it the first half or was it the second half? No, yeah, because this is not the bass part. I'm going to make sure it doesn't have too much of that in it. And I also don't want too much of those tops in it either. Let's put a nice big reverb on it. We're going to put everything before the sidechain. Should I go with where's endless? Yeah, I like endless for pads. That's endless, by the way, by DDMF. Apart from Splice and Ableton, everything I'm showing you should be free. Now we can have this as just a, if we want, we can have this as just a stab. So if I make a MIDI track, we don't have to run this like that. We show you some other options. Since there were so few on the, in B flat. Apparently not many people make minimal in B flat. Let's just take a larger part of the waveform, something like that. And we're going to do something like, let's put this through the same reverb as my let's grab Ableton's tape delay. On my macro of it, because I think it defaults to my favorite setting. I'm just going to press one note. Let's go every 4 bars. Maybe do a little thing there like that. Put the filter down again. Get this delay going. Sidechain. That's not too bad. Let's see what this sounds like. We put this up an octave. Can we use this as a background pad now? Not too bad. I've seen as minimal isn't helping us. Can we find any stabs? flat. Oh, that's nice. Let's have that one. Make a new track. All the same effects, in fact, for now. Grab our new friend here. I think I want this on. Let's make this 4 bars long, like the other one. And I want to play here. Ouch. That's not in B flat. But does it matter? It's kind of got a nice vibe to it. In fact, I don't think this stab is a B flat. I think it's an E flat now. I'm listening to that chord an octave up. But anyway, if you can find a nice gentle vocal, or maybe you don't need a vocal, and then thing here. If you watch my arrangement video, I've linked to this rack in the arrangement video. But just a simple DJ tool rack you can bring your bottom end in and out of. And then just arrange with some simple, take some instruments in and out, have a play around with filters and so forth. And you've got a track. Really? You don't have to get your head around synthesis, or that can come later, or you can experiment. Maybe even myfirstsynthpart.com. You take a free synth, turn it onto a sine wave. No, not that. What's that one? Hi, LTS. So we go sine wave, all the reverb, loads of time. Let's have the reverb kick in a bit late, something like that. And because we've got the vinyl effect on the master, we know we're in A sharp, so I'm just going to press a couple of A sharps. Let's do some really short ones on them two, maybe like that. Actually, we need to go 4 bars again, or maybe you could do an 8. Let's put this on, maybe that. Find yourself some bits of interest you can bring in and out. I don't know where they should go, but maybe lower. Yeah, that's nice. Anyway, hopefully Benedict that looks doable to you? Oh, thank you, Chris. Thank you for the 5. And Constantine, thank you for, I don't know the currency, but it's 169. Sounds a lot. Thank you very much. What were we talking about? In the context, okay, what I'm going to do. Just group all this. Sidechain on. I forgot my sidechain was disabled when I got rid of the other track. Sorry if you can't hear me. Has the microphone been clear? Does anyone need me to re-explain anything? One, two, 1, 2, 1, 2. There we go. Sidechain testing. It'll do. Context of large treated room, that would you recommend between a pair of 5 or 7-inch monitors aided by 1 or 2 subwoofers, or a pair of 3-way monitors? Oh, that's a tough question. It really depends on the shape of things, the shape of the room, and I've got a 1 12-inch sub and 2 3-way monitors. But the sub is only working below, oh god, I set the crossover so many years ago, I can't even remember. It's very low, it's like between 50 and 60, I think we tuned it to in the end. But I do have there's just lots of room for bass treatment. It's a floated room, rock wall in every corner, in every wall. Massive air gap between the room and the building. So I could afford to run a dedicated subwoofer. I think I would advise, depending on how compromised your room is in terms of space, if it's small and you're struggling to get lots and lots of treatment into every corner, I'd go with the 3-ways anyway. But you might still have to check your subs on a good pair of headphones. There's no harm in swapping between checks anyway, because that will help refresh your ears. Anyway, what does everyone think of this minimal vibe? Benedict, did that help you at all? Oh, have Liverpool won the football, have they? My manager will be very pleased. See, Margaret, that was Danish, wasn't it? Brilliant. Nearly 20 quid. That's yes. I've just seen your comment, Benedict. Yeah. So hopefully that looks doable. This is why I think Splice is invaluable. You can get ideas together and whole tracks together so fast. Actually, I never showed you the other way to do the loop, did I? So for example, if you come across like a really good signature top loop on Splice, where's our hi-hats? This thing. It's probably not signature enough to make the difference, but I'll show you the principle anyway. What you can do is just right-click, slice to new MIDI track, And this will give you all these sounds sliced up as MIDI now. First thing you need to do is turn loop length off, or else it repeats. And then you need to go into any one of the slices and set this back to 0, because they default to -12. And then copy to siblings, so all of these slices are now 0. Now we have proper. And you can either make your own loop quickly. I'm going to keep those claps, for example. This is how you can get full control over your swing as well. Let me drop that to 16th grid. Where was that kick drum? Yeah, that one. Let's keep that one on the offbeats. Something like that. I just want a soft. Yeah. You could do something like that, maybe. That sounds like it's a double, after all. Yeah. That's a very, very quick example. Or what you can also do is just hold down 1 and grab an arpeggiator. Again, this works with loops which have more kind of signature sounds, not just a simple shaker and clap kind of thing. But still, what you might find... Let me pull this up to the top here. Let's play this back with our track here. Let's stop that one. If I put an arpeggiator on this, it's under MIDI, isn't it? Sorry, there we go. Set to 16ths with the full gate, and then set that to random. We're going to get a new loop. Oh, it's here, sorry. Sorry, wrong track. There we go. We need to... Oh, sorry. I can either put... there's only 8 steps available. Just have every note in there. Something like that. And now we'll get a random loop. And you might find a pattern you really like, so you could capture it on a separate MIDI track. Ideally, already have one ready to go, just in case the first thing it comes out with is amazing, which is usually the case. MDT, so we want to be from MDT. Is it that one? Yeah, there we go. And you can record in the pattern, just in case it gives you a really good one. nice. Let's say I liked that one. Then we just have to go somewhere and find a clap. Apparently I already have one here. Let's just use that for now. But anyway, the point is, if you're scared about using a splice loop in its entirety for either stigma's sake, maybe not wanting to sound exactly like lots of other people, excuse me while I take a drink. Or if you just like some of it but not all of it, you can chop it up like that and make your own loops, which is cool. And I've done no mixing. This is actually, by the way, I've got, there's nothing on the masters, nothing on the buses, other than my vocal sidechain here. You see the kick is raw. The only thing on the master is this tool here, which isn't doing any mixing duties. There's nothing on it. And the vinyl textures from Clark. I think this is Clark plugins or Clark something. Clark Audio. It's just called textures. I've got the vinyl noise. Yeah, so you don't even, other than removing the low end from those stabs, adding reverb to taste, reverb delay, side chains, that's it. Sounds good. Minimal vibes. Love it. Check out Ricardo Villalobos. Villalobos? Okay. A minimal artist, I presume I need to be referencing. I shall write it down. Well, I shall take a photo of the comment, is my archaic way of archiving these things. Ricardo Villalobos, on the list, thank you. Okay. Right. What else have we got going on here? It is good Sunday vibes, isn't it? Sunday afternoon, evening. Just scrolling back through the comments, see what I've missed. Off on my little minimal house journey thing. Is it true YouTube take 30% of donations like Super Chat? I think so. Yes. Yeah, if you want me to receive the most of your donation, then the Ko-fi coffee link is probably the best, but I'll welcome whatever's easiest for you to do, because Ko-fi requires a PayPal, I think, so, and it's a minimum of £5. So I have been I believe someone asked a lot earlier about Patreon. I've said this many times. My only problem setting up a Patreon is time. Most people who run a Patreon expect rewards, and I really don't have any time beyond the videos, and I don't want to paywall parts of the videos for paying members only, because I think knowledge should be free. So I can't really offer an extra service for a Patreon, but I've often wondered, would it be I didn't realize for the longest time that Ko-fi was a minimum £5 donation, or $5. I'm not sure. For those that wanted to donate less, maybe Patreon. I could set up a $1 or $2 thing on Patreon for those that wanted to fund the channel that couldn't afford the $5 for the Ko-fi. I don't know if anyone thinks that's a worthwhile venture. I know Patreon take 30%, don't they, as well? So, but I'm not really bothered about that. They're fine earning a commission if they're going to set up the service. Speaking of which, CMAG has bought me a coffee. Thank you very much. Thank you. I haven't looked at coffee donations for a couple of days, so if I've missed yours and you've not received a reply, I do personally reply to every coffee donation. Thank you. So yeah, I'll get round to that probably later. While I'm having some food, maybe. What else have we got? Phil? Hi, Phil. Phil Waterman. Have I heard of Zapata by Ilios and Baritos? Baritos? I haven't. I might be able to say it better if I had. What is it, Phil? Something I should be referencing? Casper. Hello, Casper. Any chance you could elaborate on how you incorporate the different views in your workflow? Different views. You mean between session and arrange? Is Casper? Let me know if that's what you meant, session and arrange. In the meantime, I'll just tell you that well, as you just heard there, that's perfect. That's probably the perfect example. If I want to pull a vibe together, just get a loop going, session view, or sometimes arrangements, like if I want to quickly skip between sections and see if they work, session view is great. I spend most of the time in arrangement view, but that's usually because I kind of already know what I want on those tracks. So if I'm kind of pulling a vibe together without knowing, just trying stuff basically, then session view often is the one that gets used. Which is this view, by the way, if you're not familiar with Ableton. Basically an infinite loop mode where you can just trigger different. You can just trigger different parts. I have all these parts preset up. See, and I can already tell that bass doesn't work, so. Here's a bunch of things I pulled together, random hits. That sounds like it might work. Again, just pulled in from Splice, probably. That would probably be once every 16 bars kind of thing. But yeah, session for getting ideas together, definitely. Hope that answers your question, Casper. Where was I? What's this? Elevator tune. This is chill minimal. Minimal. I suppose all minimal's inherently chill, is it? I've not heard any tough minimal yet. I suppose you could do. I've heard you say before that you do not mix some of your songs. Is that true? Yes, Joseph, yeah. I mean, beyond what, like, for example, this, I would have to reference something probably, but in my mind already, this is fine. This is, if I arranged this, as I described earlier with the DJ tool, bottom end in and out, and a few builds like kind of thing. Automate a few of those. Tracks done. Sounds great. Might be if I was part of the scene or taking the correct drugs, I might be able to get 8 minutes out of this. 8 minute mix. Who knows? Yeah, that's done for me. I feel absolutely no need to mix that in any other possibly creative ways. Maybe I might, for the sake of flavor, I might like to add a phaser to the pad, some kind of modulation. Ableton has a good built-in one, doesn't it? Oh, the one that's up the octave, that one. Slower than that. Things like that would be my mixing process now. I've taken care of, obviously this is as much a flavor thing as a mix thing, where I've taken the top end off because I want it to be less in your face, and the low end removal is to stop it clashing with the bass, and the sidechain is both a groove and a mix thing. Stop it distorting the master. Yeah, but beyond this, it would be all creative things like the flanger, phaser, type decisions. Maybe automating a reverb onto a couple of those clap hits. That kind of thing. Yeah, in terms of like, I don't have to do anything to that track. Some other tracks take a lot more work. But yeah, I don't mix in terms of, if you would call this mixing, then yes, I mix my tracks, but not to the extent a lot of people think of mixing. Gino says, I know you're a big proponent of free and stock plugins, but when do you opt for something like a paid plugin? Like an UA LA2A or vice versa. Well, let's have a look through the list, shall we? So the main paid plugins that I would use are, yes, UA LA2A is a great example. I prefer, so if I do need specific analog flavor, I buy Slate. Especially, I love the mix rack. Let's throw... So if I do need... Again, this comes from... For those who've... anyone who is still new, or fairly new, the first few years of your production journey, take this next segment I'm about to talk about with an extreme grain of salt, whatever you want the phrase to be. This is nerds talking about things that make 0.1% difference. So This is literally all this is. This is when you really want to get geeky and I mean, if I was a true nerd, I would own the hardware, right? But who's got time for that these days? So, yeah, I collect the slate ones because I think Fabrice Gabriel, the guy who codes these, so there's the LA2A. It's not going to work on the master, but just for the sake of it, let's show doing some things. Let's do a tiny bit of that. Some SSL E series. Where's my master bus? There it is. So let's lock that in with the Neve with the huge bottom end. Speaking of Neve, let's grab in the Neve. So absolutely none of this is necessary, but if you want to get nerdy over these specific things, then yes, I like Slate. That's where I've put my money. I used to have a massive UAD collection, but I'm now very angry that because I don't run the cards, they want me to run an Apollo, which I will not do because I'm an RME guy. Whoops. Anyway. Yeah, I've lost too much kick drum. The other flavor's nicer. Half a dB. So yeah, my money goes on Slate. What else do I pay for? Isotope, Ozone. I love. So I'm still on version 8. I think they're on version 11 now. But if I am going to use a limiter for any reason, then I think the modern algorithm inside of Modern 4, IRC4 on Set to Modern. Yeah, their fourth iteration of the IRC algorithm. I think this started in Ozone 7 or 8, I think. Anyway, that with a little bit of transient recovery is one of the most transparent limiters I've heard. So I've bought that. I'll take off our hasty Slate. We can hear the kick drum. You can hear versus the unmastered, how I would normally release, it's almost identical. I still think the clipped track has the edge with the low end nudge. We do lose a little too much of the kick drum here, but maybe it's the fact that it's just slightly dirty when it's clipped that it works with this vibe. I'm not sure, but yeah, that's if I'm going to use a limiter, I go for isotope. And if for any reason I have to do extremely forensic editing of audio in the 3D realm, I use RX7 as not the plugin. I've got the separate program. These install when you install the plugin. What else? Oh, there's my Silenth. Bless. Silenth. For guitar amp modeling, I always use Line 6 Helix. I was always a Line 6 pod guy. This will not sound good because nobody puts a whole mix through a guitar amp. But, well, I say nobody. Maybe that's how funk started as a genre. But let's throw it on my hi-hats for no reason. Just so I can show you the plugin. It's got a very mobile interface. Let's call it that, shall we? But it's a very comprehensive list of great amp models and speaker models with lots of microphones in there as well. Classic SM57, Sennheiser 421, the Bayers, the MD20, RE20, a couple of ribbons in there, Royer, the AKG 414, Neumann 8767, AKG 112, bass drum microphones, and the one I'm using right now, Shure SM7. On any speaker you like, pretty much. 4x12s, 2x12s, 1x12s, 1x8. Anyway. Yeah, for all guitar and guitar type distortions, there's a million pedals in there as well. Great emulations of the Tube Screamer, the Rat, what's the original name of the Minotaur? Can't remember now. Obviously, they are different names for. There's the Rat, the Vermin. Different names for licensing reasons. Yeah, it's all kinds of stuff in there. Great stuff. What else do I pay for? No, Spitfire Labs is free. I've paid for the Tokyo Dawn GE editions of all their plugins because they're just fantastic and they're really cheap. Like their Dynamic EQ Nova gives you upward dynamics as well as downward. The free one only gives you downward. So I could go the other way with this, like that, which you can't do with the free one unless you invert the phase and make one yourself. But yep, Tokyo Dawn, all their stuff is lovely. Let's restore my hi-hats to their former glory, shall we? What else? I bought the whole Safari pedals bundle as well. I really like their stuff. Again, it's because I'm from a rock background. I like. I don't think there's a single guitarist on earth that doesn't like collecting pedals, even in the virtual world. So, but that's probably the main. XLN. Yeah, I paid for that plugin as well. The one that lets me search my sample libraries via the star map. That thing. Anyway, yeah, that's the main tour of my paid stuff, I think. Is everything else free? Trying to think of any other paid ones that, well, certainly that I use on a. Visco I paid for. I've still yet to use in anger. That's the drum resynthesizing plugin. Where you can mold it in weird ways and then merge other synthesized drums together. I'm hoping to make a sample pack with this. What else do I pay for and use a lot? I gave money to Melda to stop the nag screen on the free bundle. Is that the freebie? I still have vintage warm. I do. Don't use it. Not for a long time. Anyone else who... I think it's just Safari I can think of. All of this is... Sonic Chart, yes. Simplant. I bought Simplant. Fantastic synth I should use more of. And then pretty much everything else is free, I think. Oh, I played for Z-Plane Tonic. That was mostly for a video, though. But it is one of the better pitch detection algorithms. Well, it used to be. Yeah, that's about it so far. Yeah, I'll be here all day trying to think of the last ones. But that's... Yeah, it's 99% free, and then every now and then the main reason I love the Slate, just to sum this section up, is speed. Because it's in that rack format, it's just... it's very easy to pull together like a quick vocal chain or something. Like, you know, a Neve EQ into 1176 is always a favorite on, or a distressor is always a favorite on vocals. If the vocals need something specific, like, you know, like that. Yeah, again, only if because I've been doing this for a very long time, and I grew up in the rock kind of area. I'm very used to the sound of an 1176 versus an LA2A, for example. So I'll already know what they do and what I like to use them on. So if I know they already do the job, and especially with something like an LA2A that's only got 2 knobs, right? It's very quick just to grab that, and you know what it's going to do, throw it on, get the result very quickly, and then move on without spending years tweaking. Gino, Slate is not subscription based if you don't want them to be. You can pay, or I don't buy the subscription. I buy each individual plugin. Because I've been with Slate for longer than a lot longer before he brought the subscription in. So I'd already spent well over probably 1,000, 2,000 on individual plugins when he brought the subscription in. And I actually complained to him. I said, what are patrons like me supposed to do? Because there's no point me buying the subscription unless you give me a year for free, because I've at least already paid for a year in the past. If you do some kind of generosity move like that, I might be tempted. And I think for the first year of the subscription model he brought in, he actually replied to my email and he said it was a good idea. It was a much smaller company back then, so I'm sure he wouldn't reply to emails anymore. But he did implement something. It was never enough for me to go for the subscription, though. Literally the only subscription I pay for, speaking of what's worth money, is Splice. I don't even have Netflix, never mind anything else. This is my only musical subscription, is Splice. I hate subscriptions, but that one for me is definitely worth it. Right. What else are we on? Who sold what Stephen Slate sold it, has he? He sold the company? Slate is sold, Slate Digital. I suppose the only thing I'd want to know is Fabrice still working for them? The main coder. Fabrice Gabriel. What are my thoughts on the God particle? I've not used it, to be honest. And when I saw some demonstrations, it was usually the, let's call them the overhyped hip-hop crowd. And when they were doing the on and off comparisons, it was heavily overly processed and 10 times louder. So there was no way I could judge it from the demonstrations. Let's put it that way. It sounded like a multi-band limiter, widener, enhancer thing. And they were all using it on master processing, which is not something I've ever had troubles with. So I would never throw anything like that on a master because I don't have anything on my master. Usually. So I don't tend to touch those kind of plugins. It might be cool for hip hop and maybe rock or something. I don't know. I can't comment on the God particle. Stupid name though. I presume there's a story behind it. I don't know what it is. But they're on Ozone 12 now, are they? Wow. Okay. Have they moved on from IRC version 4 though? Because last I checked in 10 or 11, it was still the same algorithm, just different graphics. And that's all I'm bothered about, really. Have I made a Future House track? I have, back when it was trendy. I did lots of it for one of my main clients with a Future House act. So I did lots of Future House. The main thing was just finding interesting bass sounds, really. Yeah, I don't know in terms of, I don't know what Future House, what form it takes today though. Back when I was making it, it was when, you know, Oliver Heldens had just become really huge and that was all coming through. So that's what I know of Future House. I don't know if the actual definition has changed now, because obviously it's not Future House. Oh yes, who mentioned Air Windows? Mad Mac, yeah. Yeah. Actually, I was speaking of Air Windows, finally someone's made whoever put all these plugins into one plugin, someone needs to send that person some money because this is fantastic. For those who don't know who Air Windows is, or Chris, Chris is a prolific would be an understatement. A prolific plugin maker. He seems to make a new plugin every week. Very adept coder, mathematician, audio scientist, with the most brutal downside that, first of all, his plugins, if you get them individually, they have no user interface. So they're just a bunch of sliders that your DAW provides. Every one of his plugins would look just like this normally, just like a couple of sliders. Oh, I've just changed my thingy settings. But finally, the other downside to Chris's stuff is he always demos them on what I would call bedroom sounding rock tracks. Even though his plugins are capable of much more than his demos would give you a hint at. So all of his plugins have finally been consolidated into this one plugin called Air Windows Consolidated. They've been given a basic UI and his entire blurb from the website with his intentions and what they're supposed to do is provided alongside, which is fantastic. I think there's 400 plugins in here or something ridiculous. I've already found a couple of my favorites. Obviously, his tape emulations are great. Oh, that's subtle. That's not subtle. Oh, here we go. Head bump. Over bias, under bias. Yeah, that's about right. Yep. Not used a real tape in a long time, mine, but that sounds... what was the other one I saw? Oh, there's his vinyl. The cutting head emulation. It's fantastic. Lo-fi minimal, here we come. But anyway, there's so much in here. There's clippers, there's 6 different flavors of clipping. Oh, there's clip only. No parameters for that one. That's per sample clipping, apparently. Good, good. Clip softly. It does indeed. Anyway, if you want 400 free plugins to get lost in, then download Air Windows Consolidated off his website. It's free. Oh, it's someone from Surge XT helped him with the interface. Brilliant. Someone asked me if I used Surge XT before. I haven't, no. Not properly, anyway. Not like... I've not really spent much time with it. It looks great. I didn't see anything it did that would give me reason to use it over Vital. That was the thing. So, well, not at first glance. I'll be honest. I can't remember. Anyway, yeah. Thanks, Joe. Galactic reverb for long pad sound. Yeah, I should start investigating his reverb. But again, it's not like if I've solved a problem and I've had real world results, then I just don't really bother. I'm not much of a grass is greener type of thinker. I'd rather finish a track than try out 10 different reverbs when I know they all do a similar job. I'm sure I'll prefer one of them, but the time it would take me to do that isn't worth it usually, so I don't blame it. I will play around with it in a sandbox session at some point, especially on the studio speakers. Yeah, he never overwrites his previous versions. I do appreciate that, yeah. That was one thing that always annoyed me with the TAL reverb. The TAL, is it Togu audio line, something? I can't remember what the TAL stands for. But anyway, TAL, I've been using TAL since Reverb 2. And it was kind of one of my main free reverbs across most of my mixes. And then they released version 3, and it overwrites the previous one. So I did prefer 3, but then if I ever had to recall a mix from a while ago, it would sound different because all the TAL 2s have been overwritten with TAL 3, and then the same happened with 4 again. So yes, I've known about Chris for Air Windows for like, what, a decade? Chris has been around for a long time. I always hope to catch one of his live coding sessions. I really would like to pick up a bit more code. I'm learning how to use plug data at the moment. The visual programming environment that some cool plugins are being developed in. I'm hoping to develop some of my own plugins that way. But I would like to be able to code properly. Yeah. Camel fat discontinued. Oh yes. You can still get the distortion, but they what was their main thing? Was it just called camel fat? Like a vintage warmer type thing. Yes, I saw he'd done a Mackie desk emulation. I had a Mackie, 1604. It would have been something like that. One of the 4-bus with the really crunchy mic pre's. That was my upgrade from... God, what did we have before that? I started before the Chinese Revolution, so Behringer and that lot didn't even exist, and the Mackies were built in America still. So the Mackie was like the premium until you got into the really high-end stuff. I'm trying to think what my first mixer was. It was remotely cheap before Mackie. Soundcraft, maybe. Back when we needed mixers. Remember those days? Camel Crusher. Yeah, you can still get Camel Crusher. I think I still have it. I showed it on the... Yeah. I think it's still... Unless I... someone has illegally taken over. It certainly is a distortion. It's not good, it's not bad. But yeah, you can still. I was surprised. I was surprised you can still get that, and it's 64-bit compatible. Yes, I am old. Jen Kim. I was surprised Mark and Mike and the band Camel Fat. What's the it's Mike and I've blanked on the other chap's name. Apologies. Anyway, yeah, I was surprised they got away with calling themselves Camel Fat. Because normally you can't trademark a name in a similar in a similar kind of area. And I thought, even though they're DJs and one is software plugins, I thought they were too close to have gotten away with that, but maybe not. Camel Audio was bought by Apple. Yes, they were. Well, yes, correct. Well remembered. I'd almost forgotten about that. How do I make sure nothing happens at the same time as the kick transients? Sidechaining. Oh, you're saying look ahead compression doesn't seem to be enough. What DAW are you in? And does it have full delay compensation? Or have you accidentally turned off delay compensation? It's never been a problem for me. Although I'm not exactly that fastidious, to be honest, with it. It just seems to work. You're in Ableton. If you're in Ableton, make sure... Not that one. That one is turned on. Shall we do an experiment? Let us... Something really noisy, like a saw pad, will do the job for now. Probably with some noise. Let's find a transient heavy kick and see if it cuts. Let's just do a bit of that. Bit of that. Let's take some... something... Let's program in a chord. I'll do. Some minor 11th. Kick and synth only. Stop everything. Do we have any... Oh, let's go and find a transient kick drum. Let's load XO. Or a not so transient kick drum might be the better test. Oh, you're bouncing your stuff to audio. Why? Why would you do that? Do you need some kind of specific control? Audio only control? Over your bass? There we go. Whoops. Where are you? Right, let's take that over here. Oh, Ableton's getting slow. I think I've got too many things in the memory. Be very careful with how many new plugins I add to this session. Sidechain. Oh, I know what's happening. I know what's happening, Miguel. Something I automatically do that you might not be aware of. Ableton's compressor defaults to RMS, not peak. Let me show you. It's got to be that, right? Tell me you didn't notice this. Excuse the noise while we conduct this experiment. Yeah, see this here? RMS, root mean squared. Do you leave this by default? Rip headphone users. Apologies. But it needs to be loud so we can hear it. Oh, that's not your issue. Huh. Look ahead. Let's render to audio, shall we? Let's have a look. It doesn't matter in the great scheme of things. I've never had to render to audio or checked this because I'm just using my ears. Remember, most kick drums won't have low end at the very start. That comes later in the shape of the wave, right? The start is the high stuff, the transient. In order for it to be transient, it needs to be a very, very, very short waveform, therefore high frequency. So you're not bothered about headroom clashing there. If your bass sound doesn't have the same high frequencies as the kick drum, you're going to hear it anyway. And if the sidechain is at least, what, 20, oh, not even that, 15 decibels, it's way, way plenty. You don't have to be so fastidious that it has to be completely deleted. It's not actually going to make any difference, believe it or not, to your final result. It might look different on paper, but that's not really how sound works either, so don't worry about it, would be my advice. All that time rendering just to check. Oh, I could have made 3 new tracks by then. Let's have a look at it. No, there's no transient there. Look, it's gone by the start of the bar. I mean, obviously I'm not 0 because it's not... But yeah, no, I thought it was fine. No. It does, the timing is correct. I would check if it's late for any reason. I would check other plugins in the chain because some third-party plugins, actually, speaking of one we've already mentioned, I don't think they may have fixed this since version 8, but I don't think Ozone reports its latency correctly. I've had problems with this in the past. So let me put this on this plugin. If any other plugin, especially third party, you're very unlikely to get a native plugin which isn't sorted, but certain third party plugins might not report their latency correctly. Therefore, any latency compensation downstream will be inaccurate. So you might get a problem. Let's see if this is still a problem. Nope. It's probably, it does a visual thing then. Ozone's only behind. Yeah, no, it's fine. Now, if you want, if you're talking about like complete deletion of the sound, is it actually possible with a compressor? I don't think it is. And because a compressor is always ratio based, right? So it's a ratio of the input on the sidechain. Infinite doesn't mean infinite sound deletion. You know this, right? If my threshold's only there, so if you're talking about if you want absolute zero, then you're not going to get that from a compressor. You need to use a volume envelope like STFU or similar plugin. Compressor won't give you that because compressors work on ratios, not absolute. Or Shaperbox, as I've noticed. Who mentioned Shaperbox? Oh, you've already got it, right? Okay, it is you, Miguel. Yeah. Oh, you're in Ableton 8. Maybe it's bugged in 8. I'm in 11, so yeah. Sorry for the saw wave blast after we've been listening to minimal. That should have woke some of you up. Yeah, I've never had to copy a transient like early just so it triggers at the same time. Ableton is shite at latency between plugins. Is it Ableton though, Chris? I've only had it with a few like third party plugins where it appears to be not Ableton. Like it's always caused by some third party plugin. It's just a VST standard at the end of the day, right? So it's down to whoever makes the plugin you have to report the latency via the VST standard. And I suppose the problem with using lots of freeware is some people building the plugins don't know that you have to first take stock of the sample rate before you report the latency, because latency is sample rate dependent. So for if the internals of the plugin work at 96 or 88, etc., and it downsamples on its way out to match the host at 44, then sometimes the latencies are off, things like that. But I didn't know it was an Ableton thing. Oh, you're in Ableton 12 when you're using the 8 compressor bus. Right, I see. It's a different... Well, here's the problem. You've just said it has no clicks. But if it's an instant response dynamic change, it will click because you've just created a square wave. So clicks are the nature of, that means the response is instant and true. You should hear a click, especially on a bass. Let's bring our bass back. Where's my bass? If we set this up, because low waveforms are long, and the capability of this dynamic movement is faster. If we have an instant peak kick drum, which we do not have, so let me swap to this one. There we go. So you will hear a click. That means it's responding accurately. In the same way that you'll hear distortion when the release is fast. That means it's following the wave accurately. If you're saying the new compressor has no clicks, that means it's averaging its movement, therefore not accurate. It's smoothing out the response. So it's not entirely accurate. So you'll never get both. Truly accurate without clicks. That's the nature of sound. If you're going to make a square wave, it's going to sound like a square wave, which is what's happening when you have an instant dip. So clicks aren't a bad thing. Unless you've got an extremely spacious track, you're not going to hear them in the track anyway. Or it will just add to your kick drum transient. See? No difference. To the amount of click, I mean. So. Oh, Helix has got the name. Discontinuity error. Yes, the wave cycle. Yeah, the wave cycle doesn't get to go back through zero before reaching the end of its cycle. So you hear, well, essentially the start of a new wave is what you're hearing. Is there a reason to use compression over a volume envelope plugin? It depends. For me, the decision is this. Excuse me. Take a drink. The decision is when I stop the kick drum in the arrangement. Let me put the original kick back. Back to our minimalist no click kick. When I stop the kick in the arrangement, do I want that swell where everything stops pumping, or don't I? Because if that's part of the groove, sometimes it sounds natural, sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes it bothers me, sometimes it doesn't. And if I have to go and automate 10 other LFO type tools, volume envelopes, I'd rather not. And I do know volume envelopes can be triggered from MIDI too. It doesn't have to be where should I put this? I'll put this on the hi-hats for now. I know they can be triggered from MIDI, technically, which is this note on. But the only problem is it's an extra step in Ableton, which really annoys me. Because once I have placed a sampler on the kick drum track in Ableton, I can no longer tap its MIDI output. So I can't get this to receive the MIDI note. I have to create a new MIDI track and either copy the MIDI across or have it monitor the MIDI from. It will let me tap the MIDI in this sense. I have to do that. Let's call this sidechain trigger. And then I can get all my LFO tools to behave like a compressor would without having to automate them on and off whenever the kick drum. So for some reason, that extra step in Ableton just really annoys me and I don't bother. But sometimes I have to. The other reason, probably the main reason for using a volume envelope over the compressor is proper accuracy over the curve. Because some kick drums just don't trigger compressors the way you would think they would. You get strange bumps mid-curve and they sound a bit weird. And it doesn't matter what you do with the detector sidechain in terms of the filtering it. Sometimes it doesn't work. So, especially for sub content, if you're being extra, basically what Miguel was talking about earlier, if you're being extra fastidious over not letting anything creep through from your sub tracks to make sure that your kick drum has full headroom, then volume envelope plugin is going to give you more, infinite reduction, whereas a compressor can't really. Just control over curve, I suppose, would be the main. Yeah, I'm lazy, so I just use compressors most of the time. For anything apart from the sub track, it's usually cool, sounds good for groove. And even sometimes for the bass and the sub, I use a normal compressor. But that's the only reasoning I have. Hi, MJ Scott. You're very welcome. A piano house maker. Yes. Back to our earlier point, we yeah, if you're talking about Miguel having spikes at the beginning, then you have to have a click. Because if you choose a compressor or an envelope, doesn't matter if it's a volume envelope or a compressor, if you choose one that doesn't click on a bass particularly, then you'll always have a click, because unless you do it ahead of time like that. Chris, what are you asking? Put a kick on a track. Put ozone maximizer after it. Ugh. 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 Brother, why? You, brother. Then put any volume shaper after it. And you can see on the waveform, on LFO tool, for example, that it is out of time. Oh, I see what you're talking about. Ah, we're talking about the latency thing. Right, okay, sorry. I thought you were talking about maximizing kick drums. I was going to virtually slap you for a second there. Start a fight. Right, sorry, yeah, so... Yeah, so you're talking about then we put something like ozone on. Something that adds a lot of latency. Like the maximizer. And then you put LFO tool. Yes, okay, yeah. So this will now show yes, shows late. Correct. But that's ozone's fault, isn't it? Or is it STFU's fault? I don't think that's not an Ableton problem, is it? I need to try this in another door. I don't have one installed at the moment. Can anyone else repeat this in FL or Cubase or anything that has some robust... Yes, obviously we would just use it before ozone, but this is a test to show, because we can hear that the plugin hasn't been moved out of time. The kick drum's still in time. So the latency compensation on ozone is working in that sense. Right. Or has it? Hang on. Oh, hang on. No, it has moved out. Hasn't it? Did I just hear that late? Bypass doesn't work, does it? Because it's not a true hard pass. Yes, so no, the kick drum's late. Oh, that's interesting. What am I hearing here? Am I hearing the bass thrown off by the fact that ozone is now in the chain? Because it's working for the... Yeah, it's working for the internal sidechain of the compressor. Oh, right. So let's just check. If I trigger this note on, and I have to. I need access to the sidechain. Oh, did I keep that? Oh, it won't let me. Oh, is this even worse than I thought? Do I have to send? Oh dear. Yeah, this is why I don't use the trigger option on STFU. So we need to go. What's my bass called? Sorry. Track 36. Yeah, so this is a this isn't necessarily a latency thing. This is an LFO beat tracking issue. Right. So that works. So this is, yeah, you're right. This is an Ableton issue. Yes, because this is not a latency report issue. This is for LFO tools specifically. This is this is how Ableton is reporting the position of its grid, isn't it? To a plugin. And it looks like its grid position is not latency compensated. Yes. So that would go for literally any grid-based thing. Yeah, if I just programmed a dive. Oh. That's in time. We put something on the bus. No, it's in. So that's tracking, well, unless Vital does something different to the shaper tools. But in theory, that's just reacting to the grid as well, right? Because this is synced to tempo. Oh, actually, no, is this synced from note on? This will be synced from no tom, won't it? Yeah, so I can't use that as an example. It has to be purely audio domain, non-triggered. Yeah. Do I have any other tools? It's its own LFO tool, right? It's got both LFOs and its own shaper thing. Let's go back to our bass. The science must be done for the people who are still alive. Best video game song ever? What are we saying? Quarter notes. That's fine. Take you out the equation. Let's do it on it's a utility. Let's do something like that. Is that accurate? Let's put the that's working. Does that mean its internal plugins cheat and they don't use the grid that it reports to third-party plugins, maybe? Battlefield theme song is very good. I want to do something with video game music, but I don't know what I should do. That's yeah, it's working. Yes, checking. We know why it's adding latency, but we're experiencing certain plugins go out of time when they are faced with plugins which induce latency. So obviously I would never use a maximizer here, but it's just it could be a linear phase EQ, could be a compressor with look ahead, could be this limiter with look ahead. It's just when certain plugins like STFU are faced with a plugin which introduces latency, their grid goes off. The audio is in time, but the grid is off. Yeah. Half out, half a step out. Anyway, I don't have Kickstarter 2. Did I buy Kicks? No, I don't. Chris is telling me that it works. The same thing happens in other third-party So it's not specific to this, I take it. It's happening in other third-party stuff. I used to think it was because I had reduced latency when monitoring, because that messes things up. Ableton will automatically, if you have it on by default, it will automatically monitor the channel you are selected. You have selected, and therefore the it's monitoring the live input, so it disables all latency-inducing plugins. So that sends everything out of time with everything else. If there are heavy latency plugins elsewhere in the system. I used to think it was that, but no. Yeah, it's a grid issue. So now I know what it is. I can speak to people at least. Yeah, it's not just you, Chris, in other words. So I don't find myself in a situation where it comes up that often. So luckily, never been a major problem for me, but it's definitely not ideal. I presume Ableton has some kind of extra report for its grid where the one is on the beat, etc. Not just its total round trip latency in milliseconds or frames, whatever it samples probably, sorry, that it has to compensate for in the total. Yeah. So in a nutshell, it sounds like delay compensation in samples does not apply to the grid, whatever the grid is, because the MIDI grid's fine. These LFO tools must sync to some other grid. Anyway, yes. I think a coder would understand that if I sent a bug report in. I'll see if Synthy has got any contacts that can get us directly in touch with the Ableton team, because she used to code for Ableton. I wonder if she still knows anyone there. Yeah. Anyway, science was done. Do 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 do. How does the tune go? Do I have a thing to hand? I normally have a piano. You see, this is why I believe key, on the whole, doesn't matter. Because if I sing you, this is a triumph, I'm making a note, a huge success, right? You know the tune. Oh, it's been on their forums for years and never sorted. Okay. Well, I'll see if I can... maybe I'll do a petition. If I add it to the bug reports and then put it on my social media, maybe we can get enough +1s that it goes to the top of the thread. I think it's a D major, isn't it? Anyway, my little rant about key was going to be, I just sang that out of tune because I don't have perfect pitch. So I would have sung it in a different key. But everyone still knows the song. because the key doesn't matter. It's all about relative distances to notes. So even though I would have sung that in not D major because I don't have perfect pitch, everyone knows the tune regardless. So key can't matter, right? 100,000 signatures and they'll do it. I can't multitask. Something like that. What's the key change? The really brave key change. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Da, 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 da. Where's it go there? D major, chord 2, chord 5. No, 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 no. Ah! F. We go to F. Yes, between D major and F major. I like it. With a pivot chord. I'll have to do a video on pivot chords. B flat. So it borrows chord 6 from D minor instead of D major to get to the relative major of D minor, which is F major. So it's like what's probably the closest thing to a common chord between the two keys in order to be able to switch. Whilst it also makes melodic sense, which is very clever, very hard to do. Yeah. Yeah. Jumps from D major, then suddenly. Anyway. Yeah, pivot chords. Thing is, they're not really useful in dance music. Maybe if you're a Deadmau5 fan, you could make use of them. Or Waracles. Sammy Virgie, actually, probably. Any of the more musical... I wonder if Boris Brecker does any pivot chord stuff. I need to study him more. So I'm just reading sounds like Sidechain's comments regarding this latency problem. You're saying it's MIDI time. Is it actual MIDI clock, as in MTC, you think? I don't think it would be, would it? Because it's got to be its own internal timing grid thing. Because the MTC has to be compensated with the audio. I've never used MIDI time clock like syncing externally for a long time, so I don't know if it's affected. Is it still happening 12? What version are you on, Chris? Or anyone? Yes, it's not MTC. It's actually the internal. $12. Okay, it happens in 12 as well. Shame. I wonder if they can fix it. Can anyone confirm it happens anywhere else? Bitwig or Reaper? That'd be interesting to know. I should download some. I think I've got waveform somewhere on the hard drive. What used to be called Traction. They're free. They're free DAW. The little vinyl crackle. Yeah, it's good, isn't it? What we added to the minimal. Clark plugins, textures. Whoops. That's reminding me of another classic video game. Now I need to add a chorus square wave with delay set to monophonic with glide. I just want a square. I'll leave the filter on. Does anyone know what's coming? A bit of delay. Bit of delay. There we go. Doesn't need filtering because the original couldn't filter. Something like that. Anyone know the game? Dum 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 dum. Something like that. No guesses? No guesses? We need a better clue. How would you get it? FM a couple of times, probably. That's all. That's one of the. Oh, that. Hang on, 1 second. That can't be. Oh yeah, without that. It's not correct, but it's supposed to be Streets of Rage 2. The best soundtrack overall to any video game. And some of the best chords when you're a chord merchant like me. I believe the track was called Go Straight. Someone in Japan was absolutely listening to 90s dance music in the UK when they made this. I get the key right? I did. It's so good. It's like a 90s rave inside your Mega Drive. Unthinkable at the time. No one else got the console to sound like that. The only name... Oh, Nathan McCree. Tomb Raider. Great soundtrack. All I can remember is it starts with an oboe and reverb. I can't remember the theme. And then when you stepped into a room, there was a on some like wood block with a ton of reverb. And when you found a secret, it would play an FM piano chord. Probably on a diminished. Something like... I need to get the actual the X7 thing. If you want to do mystery, by the way, diminished chords. What games do I play? Oh, how long have you got? Path of Exile 2 has taken up the last 150 hours of my gaming time, probably, since its launch. I love the first game. I've got over 1,500 hours in Path of Exile 1. Warframe. Another good free-to-play game, actually. Until last year, I was playing a lot of Deep Rock Galactic, Rocket League. I like really quirky indie games as well, like Baba Is You, Loop Hero, Enter the Gungeon, Star of Providence is another one I picked up again recently. Keygen music, yeah, it's basically where they got it all. That I really want to make an EP called Keygen. Keygen music, I think, is where I discovered liquid drum and bass. I was like, what's this genre? This is great. Basically, some really cool seventh chords and a chopped up amen break. And I was like, yes. Oh, Joe, he ran a Kickstarter to be able to form. Is this Tomb Raider soundtrack? Yeah, brilliant. I have seen the video games live orchestra. It was incredible. They played the Portal song actually. They played Portal. They played one of my favorite games of all time, Grim Fandango. They played the soundtrack to that. I think they played World of Warcraft. What else? Oh, it was so good hearing an orchestra play some absolute classics. It was led by Tommy Tallarico, who played so many. Composed so many soundtracks on a lot of the games I played back on the Mega Drive. I think Earthworm Jim, things like that. Ooh, Peyton's not got a life. RuneScape. Ooh. Yeah, I tried to go see a video game orchestra last year, but they cancelled. I'm not sure why. Gutted. I'm down for anything like that. If anyone knows of anything. I'm right, you don't have a life because of RuneScape, but you don't have to say it out loud. No, I'm the same. Like I mentioned earlier, I don't have a kid, so or any kids. So when I'm not making music, my escape is games mostly. Oh, I'll tell you what I've been playing a lot more recently. Mechabellum strategy game with mechs. I think that's really cool. I showed everyone the rat, didn't I? Because I want the same. I want to run the same. Where is he?
So Sarah has been doing some.
This Finnish player has a rat avatar.
Some crazy stuff.
I think it's hilarious. I love it because the game's really serious, and he's like a really high level player, and he has this rat that's just a mouth animation whenever he talks.
Let's see what he's doing.
I have found out how to do this in OBS, so I really want. I want to do something similar. I'm thinking either a beaver or a goat. We took a mini survey.
I'm the one who's deploying back in the bed.
We took a mini survey. I think before Christmas on what the best animal for me would be. Oh, you know him, Torek. Sorry, yeah. I want to do something similar like that. Yeah, as long as it's not an anime. A massive racked anime, as long as it's not something like that. I think that would be really cool. Just in the corner. Cook thinks seagull. I'll see what the AI draws, shall I? I'm not sure seagull. Yeah, basically it's the Canadian South Park animation vibes. I should do it as like a detached top head, shouldn't I? Just hinged. Joe thinks squirrel. Yeah, squirrel could be a good vibe. Fly. A talking synthesizer that lights up when you talk. Yeah, what if I typed in to an AI image maker a synthesizer in the shape of a face? See what it comes up with. Yes, I remember those, Joe. Little characters that would run around. I imagine they're still available in some fashion. Just not very popular. Pan knobs for eyes. Keyboard for the mouth. Well, certainly a keyboard for the teeth. Keyboard for teeth. What would be the lips for the mouth? I'll figure it out. Synthesizer's not a bad idea. I like that. You could make the pan knobs just randomly googly eye, point in various directions. Could be quite funny. The Fruity Loop dancer might be protected. Yeah, Dan Worrell's animation is very, very satisfying. I don't want to copy that though. The word officer, yeah, Clippy. I think someone else suggested Clippy. That would be really cool. Hasn't someone already done a meme or a skit of that? It appears you're trying to be a music producer. Speech bubble coming out of Clippy. Have you thought about considering your life choices? Something like that. Toric, is there a Bthelick video about doing your own effects, risers, downlifters? Oh no, you've said the word. Have you done this on purpose? Are you going to send me off on the downlifters rant? It's an oxymoron. You can't have a downlifter. What's next? An upfaller? A lift downer? A down upper? Anyway, sorry. I must suppress my anger. Do we blame Vengeance for that one, by the way? Yeah, we universally agreed that was probably Vengeance's fault. No, there isn't a video. but we can quickly talk about it. We mentioned earlier things like, for risers, I normally use samples unless I need something really simple, in which case I program, well, this. You take a saw wave, probably filter it, and then have it rise over however long you need, like that. Send that to pitch. Probably no more than 2 octaves. Obviously, the envelope has to be sustained. Possibly white noise before filter. We need to undo this. If you want more intensity, then detune some. That's like the more EDM version. Beyond that, not really, no. You'll notice if you actually listen to all of my tracks, I use a very, very, again, it's one of those, it's what I was saying earlier about if it works, then don't fix it. I use a very small group of effects on lots of stuff. I have this, I don't know where it came from. It was passed to me probably many years ago, or it came out of a pack. I have the John Kong clap. They're all John Kong reverb. I have that, which is just you can make your own, obviously, just a clap through a big reverb. I just have them in a place that's ready to go. Because even though it sounds really intense, if you chop off the actual clap beginning, like just have it play back from like there, and then turn it down, it even works in minimal like this. So I use that a lot. You'll hear that in various volumes or across. I have a crash I've always used, which just has a lot of nice properties. I believe it is from, if I remember rightly, Vengeance Electroshock 2 Crash 7. But I've taken the left side of it because it was badly widened and wasn't mono compatible. These are really old racks for reverb and delay that I had. This is how old this crash is. And again, works just at lots of different levels. I need to turn that into a one shot. I use that all the time. There's the reverse version of it. Place that before the bar. What else? Oh, I have a really thin white noise that I like, because everyone's white noise is usually very full, or you can just grab one from a synth and EQ it yourself. And then I find this one just adds the missing sparkle on a few of them. It's very, very high and thin. I can just fade that. Is that about it? I think. It's between those kind of 3 or 4 effects. They're across most of my tracks. They do the job for dropping. Oh, actually, no. There is when I want to break down into a softer section, I just called it whoosh. Again, I can't remember where this is from. I've had it for. It's just a white noise filtering down, but it's just a very nice Just a tastefully done one. Just enough resonance on the tail there. And depending on the genre, I might add some of the old A1 gates. I like to do sometimes. Oops. So, you know, one of those kind of rhythms. That kind of thing. But yeah, I just grabbed a few that I always use, put them in one place, and but most of the times I don't really think about it because I'm always dragging things in from other sessions, taking advantage of Ableton's. So obviously I'll know what I need. Oh yeah, impacts as well. What's this one? No idea. What was this? Let's turn all these off. All right, so an impact from for my minimal track. I made a very soft version out of that with lots of all the textures, tape hiss, Foley noise, vinyl, mostly reverb. I presume I've turned down the dry signal. Yeah, dry signal down by 10. Tape delay, sidechain. Things like that. What else do I use? In terms of impacts, yeah, I like the ones in the Cashmere pack. For when you need a low bump in like a breakdown section. Samples. Are they not called Sounds of Kashmir 3 FX Elements? Oh, I thought they were spelt with a K. I've been too contacted. Where are they? Not the big EDM ones like that. There's some really nice. That's a good one with the swelling. And there's a really. There we go. Sometimes that's all you need, just for a little background. Ooh. Or you could put your own kick drum through a massive reverb. That's all that really is. But yeah, they're all kind of very functional. Normally when I'm working on, unless I'm working on a brand new genre and trying to pay attention to what's in theirs. Obviously some of the more underground stuff doesn't really rely, like this minimal, I'd be very careful about using those kind of effects because I'm aware that the more underground genres don't lean on those sound effects in that sense as much as like the EDM guys do. So I judge it on that front as well. But yeah, it's if you want to make your own, not too hard. Just put something through a massive reverb and then filters, flanges, add noise. No science to it, I'm afraid. I'm not sure. Maybe we could explore it in a video at some point. Yeah, but I mostly I'm not saying copy me by using the same ones. If you're feeling creative, go for it. I just work at quite a rate. I work very fast, so I at some point in the making of the track, I already know what it's going to need, kind of just because I've done it for so long. So, or sometimes I will use them as a crutch. Like if the track is not dropping, then that crash cymbal definitely goes in there, just to make the drop happen a bit easier. But in general, yeah, it's just because I work so fast. I know when I need a whoosh, when I need an impact, when I need a hit, a drop, pickup kind of thing. So, yeah. I believe they're called down risers. No! Don't start. Can't go wrong with a 909 crash. No, you can't, to be honest. They are universally fantastic. If I'm working on underground stuff, I love just a dry 909. Sounds really lo-fi. If you can get a good, a slightly non-pristine one. Oh, Meat Beats vinyl drums is it good? Yeah, it sounded the demo sounded great. I should probably grab it. The thing is, ages ago I paid for a pack called the Drum Club, which is no longer available, and I've tried to find it. I'm thinking about redistributing it, but it's obviously legally dodgy. But at some point, it was kind of a crowd-funded, it looked like a home project as far as I could tell. But some generous soul went through tons of old machines and sampled them. A classic collection of pretty much everything you'd want. DMX, EMU, SP12, and the Drumulator, the Casios, the Boss machines, Alesis SR16, Lindrum, Akai MP60s, all the defaults from that. Maybe not so essential, that one. But, oh yeah, the Yamaha RX is in there. And they did it on a, I think I donated probably 20, 30 quid, something. Probably not generous enough, but, and then it disappeared. If you type this in, the Drum Club Kit 004, the Mega Bundle, you can't, I don't think you can find it anymore. But that's got all the old school. The samples are fine enough. Suitably lo-fi. You can always flavor them up with something, but that clap's a legend. Again, not very useful though. But handy when you're trying to recreate old tracks. There's a Simmons in there as well. SD5. The original. Where's those toms? You found the pack before now, have you? Anyway, yeah, I'm still looking into the legalities of redistributing that, but Chris Henson hates the 909 symbols. Yeah, I like the D16 drum clones. I thought their tape delay plugin was extremely disappointing, though. So for some reason, that gave me the prejudice that I I thought they weren't doing proper modeling, just like nice either impulse responses or EQ curves on sample-based things. Either way, though, they sound great. Yes, I should, shouldn't I? I should rickroll people with the Simmons. Is it Simmons on Rick Astley? It's something very similar, isn't it? Because the Simmons is like very early. One of the first triggerable drum machines, at least. I know it's not the first drum machine, but anyway. 20 past 10 for me. I am my throat is struggling a little bit. So I think I'm going to love you and leave you. Stock Aitken and Waterman, correct. My manager worked for Pete Waterman. He's got extremely good pop ears. Thanks, Peyton. Yes. Let's play ourselves out with our thing. Purple Disco Machine uses the same kick in every track, does he? Wow. Yeah, imagine if you don't stray too far out of key, one non-tonal kick will probably do you well, yeah. Thank you, Bark. Thank you, Joe. Thanks, Richard. Thanks, Chris. Thanks, Torik. You can call me Ben, by the way. Where's my lead? Oh no, that's the riser. I need to go back to when I was making Thanks, Wade. Thank you, Seb. Thanks, Cook. And I said, Kanks Thuk. Thanks, Cook. Kanks Thuk sounds like a good German DJ name, doesn't it? Kanks Thuk. The Downizer. Sounds like a plugin. Cheers, John. Thanks, Giannis. If I missed your questions, apologies. I hope I didn't miss any donations, did I? Anyway, thank you for all that donated, and thanks for all the great questions. If you didn't get your question answered, put it in one of my YouTube comments so I can keep track of it, or put it in the comments below this video, and I shall see them. It should be uploaded quite soon after we go off stream. Thanks, Hendrix.